Hello. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Um, Thank you. Welcome to this week's streams. We're going to be playing some Nier Replicant. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Scott, who's already donated $50 towards our um, charity stream this weekend, where we're going to be raising money for medical aid for Palestinians. They've already donated $50. So that's very, very, very big shout out to you. Thank you so much for donating to that. That means we're going to be doing 5 weapon upgrades, which is like 1 2/3 of one weapon. So that should be interesting to see. You can check on the status of this yourself. Tab I have open. This one right here. Paste it into the chat. That actually lets me. Cool. You can check on the status of that yourself. I'll also have this bar here just to let everybody know. I've also got it running on. No, I don't have it running on my. Well, I don't have it running on the game screen for this one yet. I'll put it on when we start doing the actual charity stuff. But for now, it's just gonna get. We're just gonna check up on it at the. But if you do if you do donate, I'm gonna turn on alerts. So if you do donate, I will try to shout you out. But with that, I think we're ready to get started into ending. To go on to Route B of Nier, which will be really interesting. It does some interesting things, and if you thought things were complicated last time, you haven't seen anything yet. Let me go ahead and load that up. Sorry about the delay there. I took a little bit longer eating a brownie than I thought I would. Look at that. We have a little post-it note on our save file saying that we have completed A. Time to move on to B. Please look forward to it.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time. Anyway...
The sound of rain filled the village. The steep cliffs that surrounded the area magnified sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thunderstorm. Thin wisps of smoke streamed from huts as the villagers huddled in their homes and waited out. A single child, however, had braved the downpour and was now wandering slowly towards the wooden, hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vane, which had existed for as long as any could remember, and stared. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that survived a shipwreck. These traits combined with pale white skin to give the face an almost sexless quality. Beak turns east, I go home. It stays west, then I... The child blinked. Rain slowly dripped down the young one's short hair and began its long descent to the ground. Come on. Come on! The child felt a slight breeze and watched as the veins slowly creaked to life. Spinning this way and that for a moment, it finally settled with the beak pointing firmly towards the east. East? Really? Before the vein could move again, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground as a hail of stones began to fall all around. They found me. A heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, the sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yoo-hoo, Kaine! The voice belonged to Demo, worst of all the bullies in the area. As Kaine struggled to stand, a final stone came skittering through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from a cut above her eye and blurred her vision, but she could make out the shapes of Demo and his usual gang of idiots. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kaine's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. What's up, freak? You like the rain? You getting all wet? Or did you finally decide to run away from home? Though she knew it was futile, Kaine turned to leave. Before she would get more than a few steps, the other children scrambled to surround her, cruelty burning in their eyes. Kaine knew those were not the only eyes on her. The tormentor's parents watched from the safety of their homes. She was attuned to the sensation. It was one she'd experienced many times before. While some villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of their children, many encouraged it openly. In a society ruled by superstition and fear, Kaine was something to be hated, and, if possible, destroyed. I didn't say you could leave, freak. Demo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. Can't hurt me, she lied to herself. Be strong, be brave. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt... Oh, look, the little freak is gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone in the village hates you and wants you dead? Kaine prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from a world that it seemed to have no place for her. But if there were gods, they chose to ignore her. As Demo crept ever closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. Even the weather hates me. Useless. A failure. I wish Demo's rock had taken my head. Kaine couldn't meet Demo's leering gaze. She lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. The bully moved forward until he was inches away. She could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kaine's face with thick fingers and yanked it upwards. She tried to turn away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb against her eyelid to pry it open. Show me. No. Did you just say no? Demo grinned evilly. You don't say no to me. No one says no to me. Not even taking his attention from Kaine, he called to his cohorts. Come on, guys, let's give this freak what she deserves. As soon as Demo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kaine. Demo paused, still grinning, as Kaine curled into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. I don't get you, freak. What you acting like a girl for, huh? Everyone knows what you really are. Kaine ignored the question, choosing instead to stare at the weather vane. It continued to point east, as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. Go home? Yeah, that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. Freak! Chanted the children. Freak! 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 Kaine closed her eyes and listened to the rain, waiting for the pain to start again. As the clutching hands of the village children closed around her, she bent her mind to the sound of the rain, letting it become her world entire. Fell. Pain never came. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned to terrified cries did she dare open a single blood-caked eye. Kaine was shocked to see Demos sprawled on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. She could see blood welling from spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. But he's crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves, as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. When no savior emerged, they began an uneasy shuffle away from Kaine. But the young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was rapt on the ancient woman standing a few feet away. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke in a voice thick with rage. "Hurts like a bitch, don't it? Now I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. And if any of you little bastards touch my Kaine again, I'll do far worse than throw a rock. You can count on it." The old woman crouched down and gently touched the hand Dima was using to cover the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted back and forth. "Ow!" he screamed, leaping to his feet. "Stop it! What are you doing?" "Quit whining! Ain't no one ever died from a scratch." "You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch! A big one! That thing could have killed me!" The old woman shrugged. "Death is the best cure for stupid." Demo's face twisted with rage at her words. Locking his eyes on Kaine, he took a step backwards and spat on the ground. "Get out! Leave this village! No one wants you here, either of you!" Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Demo's companions turned tail and ran. As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. "Look at the fat boy go. Guess he's healthy enough to run from a fight." The woman's smile faded as she turned her attention to Kaine. Kneeling down, she removed her shawl and placed it around the young girl's shoulders, then produced a cloth from the folds of her dress and began blotting at the blood on her forehead. "Oh, Kaine," she said, "why didn't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot." The words of her grandmother stung Kaine, and she turned away. "It's to me," she said. "I don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore." Her tears, held in check for so long, finally began to fall on the muddy ground below. "Everyone hates me. They think I cause bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. Wish I was dead." As Kaine's tears turned to sobs, she felt her grandmother's hands on her shoulders. Despite her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength, and Kaine found herself unable to turn away. "Don't talk like that, girl. It's a river wide and deep that flows between the realms of this world and the next, and it grants no mercy to any that attempt the crossing. You've got a duty to fight until your last breath. Understand?" The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. "You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kaine. You know because you survived it." As the words hit home, Kaine was struck by the force of her love for the old woman. As a young child, she didn't even know of her grandmother, but when her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her as her own. Grandma, as Kaine called her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence, and their first few years together had not been easy. But, with each year that passed, Kaine and her grandmother had grown closer. However, it was only now, sitting in the mud with tears and blood caking her face, that Kaine truly understood the depths of her affection. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, who had fought through all of these things and somehow emerged on the other side. If anyone could understand Kaine's pain and loneliness, it was her. "I make you sick, Grandma?" "Course not. Don't be an ass." Kaine drew her grandmother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shuddered. "But my body, it's not normal. If I was normal, then Mom and Dad wouldn't—" "Hush," interrupted Grandma. "I'll not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter, and I love you. And if folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell." With that, the old woman reached out and placed a wreath of dried flowers in Kaine's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stems or losing a single petal was remarkable, and the beauty of it made Kaine want to cry all over again. "My gosh, these are lunar tears! Grandma, you made this for me?" Lunar tears were legendary flowers. Most people could live their entire lives without seeing one, and yet her grandmother had somehow collected a dozen or more. Kaine reached up and touched the wreath as if she couldn't believe it was real. Where did you find these? I just stumbled on them when I was out doing the shopping. The old woman turned away as she spoke, leading Kaine to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pains that she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers used in its construction, made Kaine's heart hurt. She reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it felt between her fingers. Didn't quite turn out right, said her grandmother as she squinted at it. These old hands have trouble with delicate work, but it sure looks good on a pretty girl like you. Kaine blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty? Of course you are. What a fool thing to say. Thank you, Grandma. Her grandmother smiled. We're gonna be fine, you and me, she said. As long as we got each other, we'll be just fine. Kaine took her grandmother's hand in hers, and the two of them struggled to their feet. As they began the long walk home, Kaine gripped the hand with all her might, as if trying to stop smoke from drifting away on the wind. The rain had stopped. Kaine stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it had faced when it stopped. I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that's enough. Even if it's us against the world. Kaine let her gaze drift up past the vane and into the cloudy sky. The last faint hints of a rainbow were slowly fading. As she turned and headed for home, the lights scattered into a million particles and vanished, seemingly taken away on the breeze. In the distance, Kaine heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it, as if she was hearing a master woodsmith go about his work. The firewood being produced, however, was about as far from a work of art as could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about a barren yard with wild abandon. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was through. Stupid piece of shit axe! Kaine's grandmother flailed away with the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make even the most hardened sailor blush. Grandma, called Kaine. That you, Kaine? Yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. Don't get too close, or I might take you off your goddamn foot by mistake. She brought the axe down on a piece of wood, sending chips flying in every direction. One spun past Kaine close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to step back. When she scuttled to a safe distance, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Grandma! Do you need help? I can get you water or lunch or a new axe or something. The axe, poised to strike another wobbly blow, paused in midair. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment, then smiled. Tell you what, since I'm doing such a piss-poor job at chopping, why don't you come over here and take over so I can go get the water? Jade's been restless lately, and I don't want you running into one of them bastards. Relinquishing the axe, her grandmother picked up a long pole with wooden buckets on either end. Gathering water was by far the more difficult of the two jobs, but Kaine knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no changing it. Kaine did her best to help with chores, but Grandma took every task that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of plausible excuses, Kaine knew the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the villagers. Once Kaine moved in, Grandma decided to take up residence a good distance from the Eyrie. Out of sight, out of mind seemed to be the best policy when it came to the villagers and her granddaughter, and rare were the days when any but the two of them could be found on the rocky acre of land they called home. Kaine enjoyed the solitude, but harbored a secret resentment that her grandmother was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching her grandmother leave, Kaine turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, and soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing of the axe produced only a tiny crack in the wood, and when she finally managed to connect with a solid stroke, the tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kaine swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it, ugh, crap. She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother felt in a good curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood, and resumed chopping. She had a natural skill with a blade, but the task was challenging, and blisters soon began to form on her small pink hands. This is tough. My logs are all weird sizes. Spitting on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kaine redoubled her efforts. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down her buckets with a small sigh, she took one look at the logs and coughed a wheezy laugh. Pretty clumsy, girl. You better practice if you... Her grandmother suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kaine dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. Grandma! The old woman shook her head and pointed a trembling finger at the bucket. Get the bucket. Can't let it spill. Kaine steadied the bucket with a foot as she knelt by her grandmother. No worries, bruh. Thanks for dropping by. Get lots of rest and so good luck with your test tomorrow. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made a new home in the hem of her dress, but Kaine didn't notice. Grandma, what's happening? Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandmother by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kaine away. Stop that! Just stop, she cried, breathing heavily. It ain't like I'm dying. Just tired from the trip is all. Kaine desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at the old woman's shaking hands and worn face told her more than words ever could. Her grandmother had lived a long, hard life, and it seemed the bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandmother watched over Kaine was ending. Sooner than either of them had feared, the positions would be reversed. The next morning, Kaine came to the side of her grandmother's bed and took her wrinkled hand. Grandma, you're sick and you need medicine. I'm going to the village. The old woman shook her head and tried to rise, but Kaine gently pushed her down. It's all right, she said. I'll be fine. Her grandmother fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally lowered her eyes and sighed. Well, I don't like it, goddammit. But I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up. Hey, Billman. So, if you're just tuning in, I'll refresh you real quick. So when we started, after entering A, we've started the we've started Route B. We start after the time skip, after we recruit, after we fight Emil's sister, and he learns the ability to reverse stone. So we come back, and then he's starting to reverse the stone, and while we're doing this, we're flashing through Kaine's dreams. And right now, we're basically kind of learning of her past with her grandmother. So that's the main thing that we're going to be learning in this one, is a lot of Kaine backstory. Well, I don't like it, goddammit. But I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up. The old woman watched as Kaine strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, as an unseen sun made its way across a dark and rainy sky, she was still watching. Kaine moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandmother had gave her was still there. Every noise caused her to spin on her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade. Or worse, Demo and his gang. But she encountered neither tormentors nor shades, and Kaine finally found herself at the entrance to the village. The few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, then muttered to each other behind raised hands before slinking away into the shadows. Her heart racing, Kaine took a series of rapid, shallow breaths and tried to calm herself. I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong. She chanted those words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on a rotund, older woman who was angrily waving her arms in the air and telling anyone who would listen exactly what she thought of Kaine's presence. Hey, lady, said Kaine with a bravado she did not feel. Where's the apothecary? The old woman's flabby cheeks shook in bewildered anger. How dare this thing speak to me? They seemed to say. But Kaine saw that her eyes held a different emotion. Fear. Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on this one. Which way? Kaine repeated. The woman pointed at a small building to her right before hitching up her dress and stumbling off in the other direction. Kaine cringed, expecting a stone to come flying from the assembled crowd, but none came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride as she made her way to the apothecary. But the new emotion had little time to take root, for as soon as she opened the door, she noticed a familiar customer at the counter. It was Demo. He'd clearly been sent here on some kind of family errand because his gang of followers was nowhere to be found. "Oh my god," he spluttered. What are you doing here, freak?" The insult was delivered without force, and Kaine happily ignored it. Stretching on tiptoes to see over the counter, she asked the shopkeeper for the medication. "Ha!" barked Demo. "That old bitch finally keel over? Go to hell, Demo." The boy's eyes grew so wide they seemed to fall out of his head, but before he could let fly a comeback, or worse, a punch, the apothecary told him to knock it off before he kicked them out of the store. Demo slunk out of the shop, cursing Kaine under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared her medication. Countless tiny bottles filled the cramped store, each with a label written in some indecipherable language. An ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was exotic, but not altogether unpleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kaine a sense of peace. Surely, in a world so vast, there would be a place that she could call home. On the far wall, behind the counter, rested a portrait of a stunning young girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its cruel magic, and they were beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. "You like that picture?" Kaine turned to find the apothecary with a small vial of the medicine in his hand. His eyes were gentle, but sad, and they seemed to stare through her and into nothing as he spoke. "That's my daughter. I sketched it when she was just a little girl. She's been dead a long time now." Kaine didn't know how to respond. She just stared at the portrait and tried to come up with the right words. "Pictures are wonderful things," continued the shopkeeper. "They let ones closest to you live on forever." He shook his head slightly, then looked down at Kaine and smiled. Handing her the medicine, he reached into his sizable green apron and produced a handful of old wax crayons. "You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw." Kaine took an instinctive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. "Yes, I've heard the rumors about you," he said. "It's a small village and word travels quickly. Between you and me, I'm not sure which one of them to believe, but I also don't think they matter much. I know your grandmother, Kali, and I think that the way she was driven out of this town is just deplorable." "Grandmother's name is Kali," thought Kaine suddenly. She was still mulling over this new fact in her mind as she reached out and gently took the crayons from the apothecary's hands. "Your grandmother is an old friend of mine," he said as Kaine scooted away yet again, "and I owe her that much. I wager she'd like it if you drew a picture of her." "Yes, I think she would like that very much." Kaine murmured a quiet agreement, but inside her heart was bursting. Never before had a villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless, and with enough tiny steps, she might one day discover the rest of the world. When Kaine returned home, she found her grandmother asleep in her bed. Her feet were blackened and raw, even bleeding in a bit in places, leading Kaine to think that she'd been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. She placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave, but found the old woman's hand clasped around her arm. "Back already, are you?" asked her grandmother with a yawn. "Come here, let me have a look at you." Grandma sat up and examined Kaine from head to toe. Finally satisfied that nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild, she leaned back and allowed herself to relax. "Well, how was it? Those bastards give you any trouble?" "It was kind of fun," said Kaine with a small smile. "No, seriously, it was." "Fun, eh?" asked her grandmother with a voice which implied she believed anything but. "Uh-huh. So anytime you need me to run an errand, just let me know." As she spoke, Kaine removed the crayons from her pocket. After a brief explanation of their source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her portrait. "Portrait of me? Ridiculous. No one wants to stare at a wrinkled old crone." "But Grandma, it'll make you live forever." "Horse shit," said her grandmother, throwing back the sheet from her bed. "Living forever would piss me off. Now put those crayons away and help with dinner." But Kaine would not relent, and in the end, Grandma found herself leaning against the wall of their house as if posing for a master artist. Kaine took up the crayons, eyed her subject carefully, and set to work. Just as her grandmother was about to nod off, Kaine finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grip and let it slowly drift to the floor. It's terrible. It doesn't look like you at all. I'm sorry, Grandma. I thought these crayons would, make drawing easy or something. The old woman's eyes narrowed at her granddaughter's disappointment. Let me be the judge of that, she said, ignoring the pain in her back and reaching for the paper. The sketch could have been a person's face. It could have also been a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time, then slowly wheezed out a laugh. Oh, Kaine, she said between laughter, you truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me, and I love it. But, hush, I won't hear any more bull about how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart, and I'll treasure it always. True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen table. In the days that followed, Kaine would often catch her staring at the portrait with a strange smile on her face, an action she interpreted as silent, mocking laughter. A week later, Kaine could stand it no more and asked her grandmother to take the artwork down. Posh, said the old woman. I'll take this down when they roll me in my shroud. She pondered this for a bit, then turned to Kaine and dropped to one knee. Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture makes me happy in a way I've never felt before. And it makes me want to go on, so that someday you can feel the same happiness. It was a moment that burned itself in Kaine's memory. A perfect blend of pride and love and joy that came together to form a lifelong remembrance. She swore to never forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who had made her place in the world possible. Time moves on. People and memories move in and out of a life like ghosts passing through a hall. But this moment will be different, Kaine swore, because I will remember it forever. Forever. Kaine listened to the sounds of crackling firewood and stared at the black object on her plate. She'd been pushing it around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned the courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostrils and made its home there, causing her face to twist with disgust. Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug. The old woman threw some more wood under the cooking pot and snorted. It's no bug, you fool. It's a berry. Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs? Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug, said Kaine, and I think it's burnt or something because it smells terrible. With that, Kaine held her nose and threw the berry in her mouth, chewing as little as possible. Oh, yeah. That's terrible, all right. Why, you little brat, laughed the old woman. Look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact. 5 years had passed since the moment with Kaine's grandmother saved her from the bullies. As is often the way with two stubborn people, their relationship had grown in fits and starts, but moved forward all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs were now filled with laughter and hurled abuse in equal measure. Kaine could not remember a time when she'd been happy. As the years went by, Kaine started to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Her grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. And so, this morning found Kaine lacing up her work boots with a breakfast of burned berry rolling through her belly. Where are you going today? Asked Grandma suddenly. Kaine looked up, surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. Well, I was going to check out the kelma trees and see if they were ripe. I thought we could make some jam or something. Oh, and I'm going to pick up some flagstones, so I need to take the wheelbarrow. Flagstones? What in the hell for? Kaine stared at her grandmother, then held out an arm and swept it around their home. Constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble, the old place sagged like a boxer in the final round. Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house. I'm going to build a stone wall so we have some protection. The old woman laughed, exposing her toothless grin to the world. Goddamn girl, if a bunch of thieves want to ransack this place, let them come. We got nothing worth stealing anyway. I'm not worried about thieves. I'm worried about shades. I saw one west of the village yesterday. The old woman tilted her head and stared at her granddaughter. Well, shoot. I don't know why you have to do it today. We can worry about it some other... Grandma, no. If I don't go to the kelma trees, we won't eat tonight. You know that. A confused expression passed across the old woman's face, and for a moment she was a small child lost at a carnival. Yes, she said after a bit. Yes, of course, you're right. I'm sorry, Kaine. Lately, it seems my mind is. She didn't finish the thought, instead, walking over to her nightstand and gently taking the wreath of lunar tears from the drawer. The flower's petals had aged to a brilliant whiteness, and Kaine thought it was more beautiful now than the day she'd first received it. You're gonna be a true woman soon, Grandma said as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. So that means less chatter about shades and building offensive walls and more talk about how more beautiful you've become. Annoyed, Kaine reached up to remove the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. You're a beautiful thing, said the old woman, and there ain't another like you in all the world. I'm very proud of you. Okay, Grandma, that's enough goddamn compliments for one day. Such a mouth on you. Where'd that even come from? Gee, I wonder. I'll teach you to sass me, girl, yelled Grandma. Suddenly, she lurched forward and grabbed Kaine by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazed grin on her face. Grandma, yelled Kaine in a quaking voice. Grandma, stop it! What the hell? The old woman stared at her and blinked, then slowly held her wrinkled hands out as she was the first time she'd ever seen them. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girls. Sometimes my mind just... Kaine thought the look on her grandmother's face was the most heartbreaking thing she'd ever seen. Listen, she began. Maybe I should stay home after all. No, I won't have you stay here to keep an eye on an old codger like me. You go get your fruit and your wall and whatnot. I'll be fine. Come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you. Kaine rolled her eyes, then kissed her grandmother on the forehead and made ready to depart, trying desperately to ignore the worry that was gnawing at the walls of her heart. Kaine could feel the old woman's eyes watching her as she moved down the path. Don't turn around. Turn around, she told herself, but in the end, the temptation was too great. She spun on her heel for one final look and saw a small, bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut with a sad expression on her face. But she looks so old now. It's like the wind could reach down and just carry her away. Kaine worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to stuff her. What little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly into the wheelbarrow, and she only found a couple of stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for the lack of focus, Kaine pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the path. As she crested the final hill, she suddenly froze in place. The wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed on its side, sending a few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling back down the hill. Her gaze was transfixed by a thick black cloud that just hovered just ahead. Tracing its path with a finger, Kaine suddenly felt her stomach knot in on itself. Whoa. There's a lot of reading. No. Oh, gods, no. Her grandmother's house was ablaze, the flames licking up as if trying to touch the sky itself. Grandma! Grandma! Kaine ran then, faster than she'd ever moved in her life. Once she tripped on a stone and went sprawling into the rocky ground, but she leapt to her feet and continued running, unmindful of the blood that spilled from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kaine's mind began to race in time with her footfalls. It's too dark. It's too dark. Not just fire. Can't be fire. Too much smoke. Gotta save her. Gotta save her. She burst into the front yard and came to a sudden halt, her worst suspicions confirmed. The smoke from the fire was mingling with the thick, inky blackness of an enormous shade. The massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet and achieved balance through means of a large armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its body in a random, chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some insane god. Seeing Kaine, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment, the creature retreated into a shimmering, inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could actually exist. But then the smell hit her, a blend of rotted meat and excrement, and the horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again, and this time, Kaine responded with a scream of her own. All right, you bastard, she thought as her scream echoed off the high cliffs around them. It's you or me. Let's go. The shade eyed Kaine with bemused interest. Then it began looking from her to the house and back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it had so gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kaine glanced towards the house. Through the smoke and flames, she spotted a small figure struggling to escape the ruins. Grandma! At the sound of her voice, the old woman began raving frantically. "She's alive!" thought Kaine. "Alive!" Kaine's legs sprang to life as she raced across the yard towards the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, the shade opened its mouth and let out a roar powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kaine tumbling through the air before smashing her against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs worked. "Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up now!" As Kaine struggled to her feet, the shade stomped towards the house and pinned her grandmother to the ground with the tip of a claw. The old woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach, but she may as well have been pushing a mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a small spray of blood into the air, then collapsed to the ground, her energy spent. Kaine lurched to her feet, only to fall back to the earth with a small gasp. Her ankles were on fire. One or both of them were surely broken. Ignoring the pain that screamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken trail of dust and blood in her wake. "Grandma, come on, just a little longer." Her grandmother's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kaine pulled herself across the ground with maddening slowness, the distance seeming to increase with every second that passed. The shade glanced between the two women and flicked out its tongue, its giant mouth turning up at the corners. Sharp, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. "Bastard! Laughing at us!" She had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience emotion, but there could be no doubt the shade was taking joy in their suffering. "Yeah, I see your plan." The shade moved its claws slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe again. It was clearly keeping her alive only to snuff out her life when Kaine was close enough to touch her. "I'm gonna kill this bastard." Summoning all her strength, Kaine rose to her feet. There was a sickening snap from her right ankle as the foot twisted backwards, but she forced it from her mind and began to hobble towards the monster. Pulling a small knife from the pouch at her waist, she leapt on the foot that pinned her grandmother and plunged the weapon deep. "Give her back!" she screamed. "Give her back to me!" It was like stabbing a rock. After a few swipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. The shade panted laughter again, then raised its tail and sent it rushing through the air towards the young girl that was latched to its foot. Kaine never had a chance. The tail struck her square in the chest and sent her crashing into the burning wreckage of the home. As she lay on the ground with blood pouring from multiple wounds, a small, weak voice spoke up. "Kaine!" Kaine's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus on the sound. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandmother's hand reaching out to her through the smoke. "Grandma, Kaine, you gotta run. You can't best this one." Kaine grabbed the hands and held on with all her strength. "Grandma, come on. We have to go." The old woman coughed loudly. One of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kaine's grasp and thumped to the ground below. "Grandma, no, no!" Said, "Run, goddammit. You have to live. You have to get through." The thought would stay forever finished. Before she could say another word, the shade's clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof and down upon the shattered figure of the old woman. Blood oozed from gaps in the creature's toes as the terrible, putrid smell assaulted Kaine's nose once again. She stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she could be seeing was not possibly be real. When the creature finally lifted its appendage, all that remained underneath was a twisted, unrecognizable mass of rubble and red. Her grandmother was gone. Kaine blinked, trying to feel the hands which had been in hers just a moment before. For a fleeting instant, she could remember the warmth of that embrace, the trembling of the fingers, but then the sensation drifted away on the breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kaine's mind, one after the other, faster and faster until it became a meaningless jangle of noise. Kaine screamed then, a thunderous sound that echoed off the cliffs and seemed to roll away forever. The shade eased forward, black ichor pouring from its mouth and dissolving into smoke on the ground below. The earth shook with every step as it crept towards its prey. Kaine's body slowly rose as if controlled by a mad puppet master. Her arms and legs were bent at impossible angles, her head lolled dangerously to the side, yet somehow she managed to stand. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. The creature, so confident just moments before, took a slow, hesitant step backwards, trying to discern if this broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kaine seized the moment. Laughing like a madwoman, she leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife deep into the leg of the shade. The shade shook Kaine off like a fly, sending her crashing to the earth once again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, as if a great weight were resting on it. Moist sounds of pain echoed through her mind. Something warm and thick oozed from her ears. Is that blood? I think it is. I think I'm bleeding to death. No, can't die. Grandma told me to live. Deep inside Kaine's mind, something finally broke. The sound, the pain, the smoke, and the flames. All of it faded away until all that remained was a single incantation repeated over and over again. Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it! Kill it, 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 kill it! Kill it now! As the spark that was Kaine slowly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. The distance between heartbeats grew longer, longer, longer.
The beast approaches. Oh, I know. What anger this creature must have. How did it even survive these past 5 years?
I'm not gonna let this happen again. It dies today. My sword feels lighter.
It's not the blade, but the skill of the user. Strike it down.
This sword is absolutely not feeling light. Squish. Nice. Okay, if I have to read more, I'm going to grab more tea because I I've run out. My throat is very dry. Okay, we end this. Gently. Weakly. Softly. The shade, sure that its tormentor was dead, turned and stomped off towards the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Couldn't kill it. Shamed beyond imagining, Kaine tried to turn her head to the side, but only succeeded in coughing up a huge gout of blood. It was getting difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that her left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home and noticed a ragged stump of arm resting a few. Yeah, that's mine, she thought with a mad giggle. This is gonna make Clappin' a real bitch. Ha! Cried a sudden voice from the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are ya? Well, you had it coming. Go to hell, Demo, she thought at the unseen assailant. Go to hell before I pluck out your eyes and feed him to a dog. The voice of her childhood terror evaporated into smoke, only to be replaced by another, more recent voice. Hold still, said the apothecary, materializing from the ruins like a ghost. I want to draw you. That way you can live forever. Oh, stop. I want to live forever. I see, he said quietly. Well, if that's what you want. The spectral shopkeeper fluttered in and out of existence for a moment, then produced a piece of paper, then sketched quickly. After a few seconds, he turned the page to Kaine and smiled. Since he rejected my offer, I decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother, real as life. Kaine opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped as the picture began to blacken in the middle. Before she could say anything, dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm across the image, tearing at it with sharpened pincers. Stop! No! Don't hurt that picture! Kaine reached out with her remaining arm and waved futilely at the air. To her surprise, the insects fell off the picture and onto the ground below, where they vanished into tiny black tendrils of smoke. Relieved, Kaine turned her good eye back towards the picture, only to open her mouth with a silent scream. The sketch now showed her grandmother as she truly was, a smashed, unrecognizable lump of nothing. The apothecary smiled, then broke into a jolly dance. See that? He cried as he danced his jig. It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha-cha-cha! I'd look like that? God. Oh. Die. Drowning in despair, Kaine laid her head back in the mud and smoke of her ruined house and waited for the end to come. But just before she let everything go, an unfamiliar voice began whispering in her ear. Ain't you got a wish, sunshine? The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time, as if insanity had somehow found a way to take form. Kaine wanted to scream as the voice crawled under her skin, but her lungs refused to work. You know, like a wish? Like a prayer or something? Why don't you get on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky, save me! Save me! Kaine finally resorted to shouting at the voice in her mind. I don't make wishes. They don't come true for me. I'm a curse, a freak. I should be left to die. The other voice boomed in her ears. Oh god, you are the best! Kaine glanced down and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her leg. She tried to brush it away, but her remaining arm would no longer respond. Substance slowly crept around her feet, and then began moving up towards the rest of her body. Is this death? Is what it's like? My mind is losing itself. She could feel the slime oozing upwards, feel the hot, searing pain it left in its wake. Whatever else might be happening, she was alive, and this was real. Come on, said the voice. Let it go. Kaine tried to ignore the voice and concentrate on the pain, but the newcomer would have none of it. Don't ignore me, sunshine. You're ready to give up, ready to die, so why not let me have it? Have what? Your body. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground, feel the rain, taste the wind. The voice paused, licking its lips. When it resumed, it was filled with mad, unabated joy. I want to take your hands and use them to chop up the goddamn life out of people. I want to tear out their throats and bathe in the blood, just like before. In response, Kaine shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. Are you a shade? Yeah, maybe. What of it? The slime reached her face, crept up past her nose, and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kaine was struck by the most powerful sensation she'd ever felt in her life. ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small, whispered moan. Feels good, don't it? Asked the voice with a chuckle. Yeah, what can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Now give me that body. Come on, give me the body and I'll give you more of this feeling. It's a fair trade. A black lump began to protrude from Kaine's side. As she watched, it grew longer and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. I can see better, she thought. My eye must be growing back too. The slime reached up to envelop the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. Stop, she whispered, marveling at how she regained her voice. Stop. The black ooze hesitated, as if considering this request, then quickly shimmered down her body before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Ah, what the hell, Sunshine, screamed the voice. We had a deal. I thought you wanted to die. Grandma said, can't die yet. Brief image of her grandmother, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw the shade that... She saw the shade that had killed her and heard its mocking laughter, then closed her eyes and forced the image from her mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. When she opened her eyes again, they burned bright red. That thing took my grandmother. I have to kill it before I die. Kaine glanced down and saw a mysterious pattern, the pattern of the shades, burn itself into her left arm. I'll be damned, said the voice cheerfully. Look at that, Sunshine. I think you and me are going to be good friends now. Kaine stared intently at her arm. The more emotional she felt, the more the letters seemed ready to puncture her skin and began infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. Stop. Gotta stop. Holding her left arm in her right, Kaine took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Come on, don't fight it, pleaded the voice. Hate's my favorite dish, and I'm hungry. Let it go. Feel the anger. Burn with the fire of revenge. Thirst for blood. Then go out there and... Shut up and get the hell out of my body. Your body? Oh, that's rich, Sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just up and die so I can have this body all to myself? What do you say? I bet those buddies of yours in the area would love to see you dead. Kaine grabbed a nearby shard of glass and tried to saw off the shade-infected portion of her side. Before she could, her darkened left arm grabbed her right wrist, crushing it. Kaine screamed and dropped the shard as the sound of bone crunching on bone filled the air. Stupid idiot girl. You're possessed now, Sunshine, and there ain't no going back. The voice laughed again, a loud, long wail that seemed to go on without end. Possessed? Whispered Kaine. Yeah, possessed. You and me, we got what you might call a timeshare arrangement. Remember how folks used to think you were a freak? Well, wait until they get a load of you now. Kaine looked up, tears in her eyes. The sky seemed smaller somehow, darker. It's because of that shade? Is this how they see the world? So, listen, purred the voice. I know this whole possession thing seemed a bit sudden, but it ain't all bad. There's plenty in for you too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine. Now, that power belongs to you. You got enemies? People you want to kill? I can make that happen. That little fat kid who kept picking on you? That big old shade that squashed your granny? We'll wrap them up in their own assholes. No more abuse for you, Sunshine. No more pain. Wait, said Kaine. You're a shade. Why would you help me kill another shade? What, you think I'm some kind of racist? Some kind of killing snob? I don't give a good goddamn about who you murder, honey pants. I just want to drink from that well. Kaine considered this as she struggled to her feet, the power of the shade coursing through her. The smoke from her house was drifting away with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her new left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it? You and me? Have some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of the bloody part if you don't want... Fuck off, asshole, muttered Kaine. I'll handle the killing. Ha ha ha! Screamed the voice. Look at you go. Oh, Sunshine, we are going to have so much fun. So, listen, my name's Tyron, and if you ever need me, I'll just be hanging out in this piece of meat you call a heart. Now, get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour, and I like rotten and sour. Kaine found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I think this can work. I'm gonna find that shade and I'm gonna strangle it with its own guts. When I'm done, I'm gonna do the same to you, Tyrion. Tyron, count on it. Ha! Laughed Tyron. I've shit bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh, and hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me are sharing this body, but if you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm gonna take over everything. So keep on killing, Sunshine, and watch your back. The voice grew fainter and gradually faded away, fading to somewhere deep inside Kaine herself. Kaine waited until she was sure the voice was gone, then waved her new left arm around a few times. It feels perfectly normal, she thought. It feels like mine. Desperately, she began poking and prodding at her new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want to feel normal. That would mean the creature inside her had already won. I am not a shade. I'm Kaine. Repeating this mantra in her head, she slowly began digging through the rubble of her house, being careful to ignore a certain red-stained spot in the corner. Finally, after seeing but an eternity of heartbreaking work, she found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of lunar tears. Though it had been through hell and back, the garland's petals were as bright as ever. Kaine started to place it in her hair, and then slowly lowered the wreath and stared at it. Sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry. But I don't deserve to wear this anymore. Possessed, corrupted, a freak. This time, I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Kaine fell to the ground and sobbed. As night gradually lightened to dawn and the people of the area rose to their daily lives, she remained in that position, as if tears could somehow wash away the horror that now infected her world.
Alive! Stay alive! Stay alive!
Grandma.
Kaine, you gotta live! You gotta come back to us!
Oh, hey. Emil, you were the one calling me, weren't you?
You still recognize me?
Of course. I knew you right away.
Thank you, Kaine.
Welcome back, Kaine.
Wow, you grew up. So, how long has it been?
5 years.
Shit. That's a long time. Any luck with Yona?
We are still no closer to finding her. We need a way to locate the Shadow Lord.
By the way, this is for you.
Is that a lunar tear?
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Kaine waking from her long petrified sleep. Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain. That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all. Are you kidding me? You can't be serious!
Please, try to understand. People are tired and scared, and... I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to bear the brunt of that.
This is crap, and you know it!
It's okay. We can sleep outside.
No one's sleeping outside. You and Kaine saved this village, and now they want to run you out?
People are afraid of us. And really, I understand. I mean, look at me. As long as you're still with us, I can deal with it. Right, Kaine?
I'm used to sleeping outside.
But...
We'll see you later.
Sorry about this.
What is the matter?
Kaine always sleeps outside. I never thought about that until just now. Never even occurred to me. Damn it.
We should turn in.
Sorry, I had to check something.
I didn't get much sleep that night. For the first time in my life, I hated Devila. For the first time in my life, I doubted Popola. But those feelings are pointless in the end. They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror of the Shades. Really, how can I blame Devila and Popola? In the end, I'm just as bad. Because I never once stopped to think about Kaine and Emil's situation myself. I should apologize to Kaine and Emil, but what good would that even do?
I got a fire going.
Wait, is that...
Campfires are weird, aren't they?
Oh, Emil.
I feel like I could stare at the flames forever.
Well, don't get all googly-eyed and catch your clothes on fire.
Obviously.
Aw.
I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kaine.
Yeah, me too.
I tried everything I could think of to save you, you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
Wait, you poured water on me?
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
Hey, Emil. Thanks for saving me.
I guess you noticed how I look different now.
I'm sorry, Emil. I'm sorry for all of it.
Well, I mean, this new form isn't all bad, you know? At least I can look at you when we talk, right? Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
Come on, I just want to know you better. Please?
Fine. This all happened when I was a kid. Before the whole shade possession thing. My body is... different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak. But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was, no matter how bad things got. She gave me the strength to keep going.
She's really special to you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession in my body. I know we can do it if we all work together. Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
Let me guess. More warm water?
Oh, these two are great.
Okay, can we just forget I told you about that?
Bless Emil. Tiny, tiny cinnamon roll. I wonder if that means Nier heard Kaine talk about shade possession. Find out here in a second, I guess.
Sleep well?
Sure.
And yet your red eyes tell a different tale. Don't be so hard on yourself, lad.
I need to go see Devila and Popola.
Very well.
Okay, I think that new interaction that we have there may be how we get to what was originally kind of like, yeah, originally DLC stuff, so I'm going to make a save, and then we'll give that a quick try. I don't know how long they are, but with our upgraded weapon, they should not pose too much of a difficult. They're all like combat rooms, basically. And they have like a tiny bit of story on them.
What might that be?
It's Mom's diary.
I have not heard you speak much about your mother.
She got the Black Scrawl and died when I was little.
My apologies for bringing it up.
It's all right. I can barely remember her face anymore. This is the only thing I have left of her. Reading it helps remind me of when we were still a family.
I see.
But the final entries get a little strange.
In what way?
Well, here, take a look.
Say there, can you not hear me?
That's right. We get to play as Dad. Dad is
Why
here.
are you standing about like a slack-jawed ninny?
Sorry. Felt like I was dreaming or something.
And they brought back his voice actor too.
Sleeping
Holy
on one's
shit.
feet is quite the talent indeed. Come now, there's the door.
Right. Let's go.
Oh my god. Good thing I saved. This is the world of the recycled vessel, created to avoid the destruction of all. Oh, baby. Oh, I can just jump over this. Dad, Nier, I missed you. I'm so glad they actually brought him back and got the original voice actor, which I guess, thinking about it, yeah, it's the guy who voices Sojiro in Persona 5, which is cool. Oh, it's a meals theme? Cool. What? Oh. Do I even have space for medicinal herbs? The Black Scrawl, a lost destiny, a white book, a false truth. Yeah, I definitely remember. I didn't play this DLC personally for the original game. I didn't really buy a lot of DLC back when I had this on the Xbox, and I probably wouldn't have bought this in the first place. I think I remember it being very, very kind of like, yeah, we kind of just reuse some assets and give you a couple weapons just to give you something to sell. Kind of just like very, very feels like DLC for the sake of having DLC. Should probably heal. Soldiers of Salt calling forth white death. They are legion, those who plunge the world into darkness. Oh my god. I don't think this soundtrack was in the original, like these remixes, but maybe it was. And I just never listened to it because I didn't play the DLC. The dragon's corpse brought death to the world, delivering unto it the power of magic. Not gonna lie, this camera filter does make finding these shades a little hard. You know what? Probably really behooved me to equip Dark Gluttony, or just rely more on my lance that just penetrates bullets. Oh baby. Oh god. Oh, no, okay. The arms coming down is also an attack. Whoops. Don't roll away from it. I feel real bad, because, like... Yeah, oh my god. The black sickness stains the future. They journey to return to soulless vessels. Oh, Jesus. Ah! Mmm. I appreciate the platforming, but it does feel a little goofy. A lot of medicinal herbs. Goodness. Alright, you know what? Haha, yes! Oh my god, that owns. I fucked that up. Oh god, where am I? Okay. Oh god. Oh, that was easy. In the Kabuki outfit. Nice, now we can take on... I think it's saved, so I feel pretty confident. Let's just take them all on. Until the battle is over. If I really fuck up and... No, it would let me retry from here, so I'm not worried. Oh yeah. The apocalypse divided the world in two. One that knows not day, and one which has never seen the night. Whoops. Oh my god. Big fan of this Bluebird remix. Black and white. 13 packs. The vessels form wavers as they cross time and space. No, just this way. Oh, it's just no. It's got a green light. It should let me through, but I guess not.
It seems we have been shut in.
It seems we have been shut in. Appreciate the titanium alloys you're just giving me. Alright, that does it. The song of man has been drowned out. In its place, the scream of something inhuman. big basketball court. This is actually, yeah, like thinking about this, like what on earth? Is this a regulation size court? Actually, you know, it is just looks really weird. Just because there's like this large area off to the side here that's not part of the court. Did I cancel out of a roll? Oh no, I just didn't do enough damage. I'm not cancel out of a roll, cancel out of a finisher. They're just that beefy. Alright. Good thing they still get completely wiped the fuck out by Dark Lance though. The puppet priest collects the accursed prayers and polishes the vessel. We first person now. Great. I appreciate this, like, Time Crisis style a little bit. Rail shooter. Even if it's extremely kind of like whatever. I don't know if I'm supposed to be killing things in one hit or not, but I am. At least I can't, like, make the music, I can't, like, end the music before the combat gets good. It's all on rails. I really do appreciate this bit, though. As, like, a attempt to... Another one of their attempts at mixing up the genres just by changing up the camera control. Oh great, bats. Are they even shooting at me, actually? I don't know that they actually are. Oh, I see him. Whoops. There you are. Yeah, they definitely don't have a lot of health in this segment. Usually takes a lot more than that to kill an armored... Well, these actually aren't armored, but... Still, though, I think I'm doing a lot more damage than I normally would be. It's cute, though. Kill the pig. Yeah, these shades absolutely aren't attacking me. I'm just murdering them for the hell of it. a lot of bats. Nice. Woo! Money, money, money for nothing. I appreciate it. I'll be right back. Okay, back at it. Third and final door. So level is 33. Fuck it. I haven't had too much trouble before. If hooch tastes good and she said it's the best thing in the world, she says we can have some together when I'm all grown up. So long as this memory exists, so long as mankind has hope, a bloody battle will be waged over something more. Oh, I can't finish them off, fuck. Definitely feeling a little pressed here. What do I have? Okay. Also, I'm kind of just being careless. That's cool. Alright. This definitely calls for Dark Gluttony. Zap. Ow. Gotcha. Foolish human, foolish human, foolish human, foolish soul. Oh baby, it's pig time. Ah. Blah. Blah. Oh, come on. Ah! No! Whoops. What do you have? 8. Okay, cool. Ah, that hitbox is big. That hitbox is the big. Oh, I think I actually killed one finally. No! Nice. Only one more to go. Oh, nope. Oh, unfortunate. There was only one more hit to go. Oh, I guess I should start using health salves. I think that's what the game is starting to give me. All is paid. All is sacrifice. I don't think I can go into any of these rooms. Oh, no, I totally can. Nothing there, but I can. Oh, I think that's blocked off now. Or was it just right here? Yeah, okay. Alright, I have to start using health salves now because that's what's dropping. Ow. Stop that. Oh god, what the hell? Nice.
See,
What a twist, we've been shut in again.
see,
It seems we've been shut in. Obtain the spear, Fool's Accord. Not bring back the light. Do not bring back the vessel. Do not bring back the future. Do not bring it back. Are these crates I can break? Yep, sure are. Oh, oops. Whoops. Kind of clumsy there. Easy peasy. Watch out, world, because Yona's coming out to play. Every beam of light is an invitation to death. Oh, I jumped down here. I do not want to have to jump over there to get you. Just die already, please. Thank you. Whoops. Ah, damn it. God damn it. Oh, shoot. Alright, that was kind of clumsy, but oh my god. What the heck? Oh my god, they'll stay on the field for a while. No way. What the heck? Hmm. Oh, baby. Oh no. Oh, wow, ow. I was blocking behind me. Dodging too early. I'm dead. No. Okay. Well, we got the weapon, which is the important part. We'll come back and finish this at some other point.
My word.
Something wrong?
I feel as if I've just awoken from a most unpleasant dream.
I know what you mean. That happens to me whenever I read it. Hey.
Oh, hi. I kinda thought you'd never talk to us again.
I understand you're doing this for the village, and that you don't have a choice.
Pretty much, yeah. But look, why don't you go talk to Popola? I think she wanted to discuss the Shadow Lord with you.
I'm headed there next. Oh, and Devila?
Yeah?
Sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have lost my temper like that.
You don't need to apologize. Anyone would be upset when their friends are hurting. Let Emil and Kaine know that we're sorry, alright?
Alright.
My, but you children certainly have a lot of energy. You're going to trip and fall if you keep running around like that.
We'd best leave her be. Wherever her mind has gone, it's a happier world than this.
Oh man,
What's the...
well, I was distracted.
Yeah.
This one back up.
This won't be thanks. I need to.
Wow.
I'm curious how many titanium alloy we picked up. Wow. Quite a few.
I
think I'm beginning to understand. Climate change wasn't the cause of our woes. It was only a symptom. The real trouble started when something terrible came down from the sky. It seems that this event turned the world into a metropolis of salt. I guess they're talking about how most of the city sunk into the ocean?
Popola?
Oh. Hello.
Look, I want to apologize for...
Stop. You didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but neither did you. You're just trying to protect the villagers. And I jumped down your throat for it.
It's very kind of you to say so. Regardless,
Oops.
I believe there was something you wished to discuss with us.
Oh, right. Yes, about that. You know about the lost shrine, right?
The temple where I was first discovered.
That's it. Well, it seems that the Shadow Lord's lair is connected to it somehow.
Oh, it was right under our pages the whole time.
But the bridge that leads there is unusable.
So, take a boat.
A boat?
Yes. The canal's finally been repaired. It took a lot longer than expected. What with the shades and all. I also asked them to provide a boat at the path to the Lost Shrine's back entrance. The ferryman will let you use it free of charge. That should make it easier for you to move from town to town.
Thanks, Popola. I feel like you've done so much for me. I'm really grateful. All right. I'll see you around.
And for the love of everything, be careful. And
The path above the entrance to the shopping district should lead to the boat landing.
How excellent to know the canal is finished. Hopefully this puts our days of running all over behind us.
The faster we can move, the faster we can save Yona. Let's use it as often as we need.
The village fountain is starting. That's...
Sure.
Oh, you.
which job should I give you first? Got a job from Seafront. After the kids, I'm more...
Thanks.
Yeah, thankfully, there is one quest we have to pick up that I need to finish before going on to sea.
Hey, you. You ever seen a treasure map before? Yeah, I'm collecting them.
That's...
So that...
Pick this one up again.
Sure, that one. Oh.
Hey, look who it is. Remember me?
That red bag. By my pages, you're the slovenly half of that couple who refused to stop arguing.
Hey, it's been a while.
Sure has. I've been in charge of this canal since we last talked. Apparently I did a pretty good job with it because they decided to make me the permanent ferryman.
Oh yeah, huh? Congrats.
Thanks. Still, it's not all puppies anyway.
I'm gonna go ahead and skip through a bunch of text that I know we were... That should cut down on time spent.
The Lost Shrine's up.
As well as the
Thankfully, we're gonna get to content I know is new very, very shortly. Oh, like literally right now. How intriguing. Kinda is too cool to climb the ladder. She's gonna try and jump it.
Ain't you excited, sunshine? We finally get to bathe in blood.
Don't talk to me.
I want to kill so bad I can barely stand it.
Unfortunately, Tyrion, we're not going to be killing anyone, I don't have to. We will be doing plenty of killing later this week. So for now, anything that doesn't actually threaten us is just going to get ignored. We'll have to restock, though.
This is all too easy.
That's because you're not the one pushing all the fucking boxes out of the way, Weiss. Other door. Other door. No! Damn it. It is, in fact, block puzzle time. But these are very, very easy block puzzles.
What's with these guys?
Certainly not your garden variety, Shades.
Their bodies aren't fully functional.
How you doing, Gnarls?
Say, I've heard of this. A cursed area where incomplete shades gather.
Sleepy? I am also sleepy. But I'm also kind of on a tight schedule for getting this playthrough done so that I can move into the wondrous joys of killing many, many robots for their sweet, sweet, delicious innards. Hi, Widia. Hey, Widia. Sorry, sleep is OP. Much, much agreed there. Also, Iwania, I should mention, we are very, very deep into, like, stuff that you haven't seen yet in Nier, so... if you want to be spoil-free, you should probably watch these at a later time. There's a lot of stuff going on right now that... Oh, I actually have to, Okay. Don't spoil anything? Okay. I appreciate it. I'm hoping that over the weekend stream that I do, it's not going to be any plot at all. It's just going to be tasty, tasty, mindless grinding to get all those delicious parts that we need. I appreciate the high, though. Robot parts. Yep, many, many robot parts. We need every robot part that we can get to upgrade all our weapons. Ow. Ow. Not even really doing any damage to us. And he's dead. We are slightly over-leveled. Just maybe a little bit.
Kaine, Emil? Look, from now on, I'm going to sleep outside with you.
Why?
I can't accept that you aren't allowed in the village. It's stupid.
So you're staging a protest? Fun!
Don't waste your time.
But it just feels wrong.
Well, that's really nice of you, but you still don't have to stay out here with us.
Emil.
You got a super important mission. You can't sleep out in the rain. What if you catch a cold? Besides, I like camping with Kaine. Sometimes we sit around the fire and tell stories, or roast...
Emil, that's enough. I got a fucking image to maintain.
can't be seen. Roasting marshmallows. It's not nearly hard enough.
Surrounded by a mob of helpless puppies.
Just kick them aside.
A little late for that.
What's going on? There's dozens of them!
These are creatures of the darkness. Lure them to the light. Pathetic to the end, I see.
Aim for that statue. It's the leader.
Oh, you're funny. I'm gonna start crying here.
Have you felled the beast?
This is one stubborn son of a bitch.
Damn it, damn it, damn it!
Hey there, sunshine. You ain't feeling bad for this freak, are ya? Ain't no turning back now. You gotta lust for blood. Embrace the slaughter. All you know is the thrill of battle. Ain't that right, Kaine?
Kaine!
Oh, you're kidding me!
Heine!
Die, monster. We did it! Another victory for justice.
Kaine! Are you alright? Kaine!
I fear there is little we can do for her.
No! Kaine!
What is happening?
It's all over for you, sunshine.
Kaine! Kaine! It's Kaine's shade!
We've no other choice. We must strike it down.
Kaine! Come back!
Oh dear.
Kaine! Kaine!
Kaine! I couldn't hold it back. I can't be with...
We're always going to be together, Kaine. If you transform again, we'll just stop it again. As many times as it takes. I don't care how tough it is. We're gonna get you back. I like sleeping outside because I'm with you, Kaine. I'm able to ignore my appearance and keep going because of you. I'm weak, and I'm sad, and I'm lonely. But you make me strong. You're my friend, and I need you. So don't you dare leave me!
All right. Stop crying. And thanks. I'm all right.
We are incredibly overpowered at this point.
There. And what is this?
It's me. It's got some kind of writing on it, but I don't know what it says.
How remarkably useless of you. Well, let's go ask Popola.
It's a cipher of some kind.
Can you determine its meaning?
I think this is the key to unlocking the Shadow Lord's castle. Here, take a look at this. I wrote down all the words I can understand. This fragment is called the Stone Guardian. Given that you found it in the Lost Shrine, the words must mean something. There are spaces here for 4 other fragments as well. Sacrifice, the Law of Robotics, the Memory Tree, Loyal Cerberus. The Law of Robotics probably refers to the Junk Heap, and the Memory Tree might be the Forest of Myth. But as for Sacrifice and Loyal Cerberus, I don't have a clue.
Not a problem. If we want to fill in the words, we just run around the world killing every big monster we find, right?
Oh, splendid. By all means, let us undertake a murderous rampage.
They're just shades. Besides, it's the only way to reach the Shadow Lord.
It's a dangerous task.
Yeah, well, Yona's in even more danger.
But how can you even be sure that she's...
Because she is! Right? The Junk Heap and the Forest of Myth, yeah? I'm on my way.
Please be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. Oh, and listen. About Kaine and Emil. The villagers know how much they've sacrificed, and they're thankful. It's just... they're scared, you know? People can't change overnight. I'll hurry them along the best I can. But can you please give them a little more time?
I'll try.
I wonder if this has all the statues, or if it reverts back to the only ones we've seen. It reverts
What is
back.
the purpose of this place?
Beats me. Maybe it's Popola's hobby corner. Look, Vice. Somebody made a copy of you.
Nonsense. I am nowhere near this filthy.
Where'd we find that map again? I think it's on this side.
This book is pretty beat up.
As a fellow tome, I find this a sad sight to behold. When will books receive the respect they deserve?
Calm down. I'm sure it had a happy life. Let's see here. Hey, is this a map?
It is, and one with many unusual markings at that. Perhaps this is a treasure map like that fellow was referring to earlier.
Yeah, but it's so damaged I can't make heads or tails of it.
I wager the damaged sections can be repaired. Perhaps the facade Strange Things store would be able to assist us.
Worth a shot.
Okay, I know there's a lot of reading coming up in my future, so we'll grow the junk heap
Popola
first.
said we might be able to find a key fragment in the junk heap.
Perhaps we can find a clue at Two Brothers' weaponry.
I'm gonna go ahead and not stop. I'm gonna take a quick break to grab another drink and go to the washroom. I don't think I've ever used heavy attacks. I don't know why. Nice. Can I see how many weapons I have at this point? 84%. 84? One of them is the pipe. That's the last one? Or am I missing one more? Oh, I'm missing a spear too. I think one of them I just haven't bought. If I remember correctly. One of them I haven't bought. And the other one will be from this map quest. The other one will be from there's a quest that we have to do right before the end of the game. Or we'll automatically just get it. I would like to do the quest. Anyways, I will be right back. Okay, back at it. Already can't remember if I saved or not, but that's okay. I'm actually going to take a detour to Facade's Strange Things store because I need to ensure that I get the parts for this run. The rest of the quest can wait for CD, but this one, as it has a weapon behind it, really can't be. And I know it requires motor boil or something, so I need to make sure that I aim that.
Say, can you eat scorpions?
Indeed you can. Long ago, people operated food stands where they impaled the creatures on skewers and fried them whole.
Where did you learn that?
Who can say? I do not know. Some portions of the past are inexplicably clear in my memory.
Whatever, Gramps.
What was that hussy?
Oh, that.
Sure. If I
I don't know why I'm picking up all these quests, because I'm definitely not going to be completing them this this playthrough of the next day or so.
Hey, now what do you... All right. Hey, and what...
I need to kill goats. Oh boy.
It's hard to believe there are plants that can grow in this desert.
Yeah, this'll never work.
How do you mean?
I mean, if plants could grow here, it...
Oh wait, I need goat hides, don't I? I guess it doesn't really matter. Hey Dress, thanks for tuning in. We're just gonna be running around solving random people's problems for a little bit. Favorite fantasy being helpful to other people. It's true. Oh wait. Oh no, there's definitely goats around here somewhere. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you don't get this quest until the second bit. There's no way it's not going to, Please just leave me alone, Boar. I mean you no harm. Alright, that's 2. Nice. Hopefully enter this area and back into that eastern plains, we will get the last goat hide that we need, and then it's just finding the last bit of machine oil in the junk heap. Nice. That last machine oil we'll hopefully get on our excursion into
Hey, Vice, what was this big old bridge used for, anyway?
Ah, yes. This was a road for the large iron crates I mentioned earlier.
Wow. Why is it so big?
Because the iron crates moved at high speed and were cramped to the gills with cargo and people.
Really? With people?
Humans lived very differently long ago.
There must have been so many people here.
and now they're all dead.
Damn! Where'd they go? Get him! Don't let him escape! I see something over there! Here! They're in here!
Where's the Shade going to escape to? There is no escape from Yokotaro's wild ride. That's very true.
Who are you?
Military defense robot, P-33. You are an intruder. You must be eliminated. Error. There is something leaking from your eyes. What is crying? Who is Mom?
What is love?
My creator is also dead. He perished hundreds of years ago. 874 years, 10 months, 14 days, 4 hours, and 43 minutes. 44 minutes. I am incapable of being lonely, or missing others, or crying. You will die. Why will they kill you? I will not permit the humans to kill Khalil. Military defense robot P-33 will protect you. P-33 is charged with defending others. P-33 will defend Khalil.
Yay, BP.
Man, there's gotta be tons of machinery here.
Yeah, but I don't know how much we can actually use.
Oh, wow. Check this out. It looks brand new.
Hey, be careful, all right? This place is dangerous.
I'll be fine.
Oh, no!
Huh?
Look out!
Huh?
It is pretty impressive just how soon after he says I'll be fine that things go. Quick turnaround there. Yeah, BP
Jacob?
pretty quickly went from going
This
like,
can't
I
be
have to
happening.
kill the intruder,
Jacob! Jacob!
to, oh, you know what? I will protect you. Squish.
No!
It is pretty interesting how, like, so the entire point of this second playthrough is to learn, like, actually, the Shades aren't just mindless monsters and perhaps aren't responsible for all the evils in the world. But it's interesting to note that, like, even in this first cutscene, it's very, very obvious that, like, the robot did absolutely nothing. And that Jacob is just blaming the entirely wrong person.
The noise of the intruders caused the structure to fail. They should have proceeded with more caution.
Damn, BP, you're vibing.
One intruder has perished.
The junk heap. Perhaps we should speak to the brothers. They might know something about this.
Oh, hey there. It's been a while.
You're the little one, aren't you? You've grown up.
How fares your brother?
My brother's been dead for 4 years.
Oh, I see. Please forgive the question.
It's okay.
I need to ask you something.
What is it?
You heard any rumors about shades around here? Not the little ones. I'm looking for one that's unusually big and powerful.
No, I haven't heard about anything like that. But I haven't really been listening. All I want is to destroy robots. Just rip them up.
Okay. Never mind then. See you later.
Wait!
Yes?
I recently got my hands on a weapon. A very powerful weapon.
A very powerful weapon, you say?
I thought you might get some use out of it.
Don't we already have this weapon?
Shh. These things happen the second time around.
That's illegal. You can't just do that.
This sword has seen better days.
Yeah, it's pretty beat up. I mean, there's potential, but it's fairly powerless right now.
Can you repair it?
I can repair anything with the proper materials.
If you'll fix it, I'll get the parts.
I'm so glad I decided not to throw this out. I'm gonna need some memory alloy. Only the real big enemies on the second basement level have them, so watch yourself. Also, here's the passcode to get down there. Use it on the elevator.
You got it.
Nice. Dragoon Lance. I don't even know if I'll need mouse tails for any of the weapons, but I can't stop picking them up.
It's a shame about the older lad. He was but a child.
Sounds like you went into a dangerous area for the sake of the business.
The elder brother postponed his joy for the sake of his sibling. Do you think he was ever truly happy?
Just making his little brother happy would have been enough. That's what being an older brother is like.
Me out already. That's not gonna work. Really probably make sure that I have item upwards. Item drop rate. Do I have another item drop rate? I've been like scrolling through them. Oh, they do different things. Hey, there's the machine oil that we need. Nice. Oh, okay, this door didn't lock. If the door doesn't lock, it's not part of the, Just get a memory. Is there... Oh, no, that's right, we double back this way. Another machine oil? Yes. Give me those rare drops. Time for the big robot. Oh yeah, that's right. Whoops. Bye. Nice. Home with them. It makes cute little chirps and follows me around. It's just the cutest thing ever. I wonder if these loading tips are new for this playthrough, because I do not remember them at all. Oh, whoops. Bye. Oh, Iron Will, you truly are the best. Well. Oh. This is just a robot murder room. It's great and all, but fair enough about that. What did the fountain need again? Oh, 10 broken motors and 10 severed cables. Okay, cool. If this room doesn't lock behind us, it's just a murder robot room. It did. I don't think I want to use a... Oh. That's a rare drop. Titanium alloy, yes please. Oh god, Kaine, I'm so sorry. Been in that room yet? Oh, I don't think so. Oh, we definitely haven't. Look at all these boxes. Okay. Is this a... Does this room lock me in? Yeah, it does. Okay. Typically what there is like, in the junk heap, there are rooms that are small like this, but if they don't lock you in, they just infinitely spawn robots so that you may farm to your heart's content, which we'll be doing soon enough this weekend, but I don't need to be doing it right now. Oh, we're still not out of it. Robots take so long to come out of their stupid little pipes. How I hate those robots. It's just a dead end room, yeah. Oh no, a second robot. No, not flying robots. Auto lock on for these things is so useful, just because they die in like 2 hits, so just press lock onto 1, and then when it automatically swaps the lock on target, just destroy them all in quick order. Big fan. Really big fan. Anything that makes my robot murder more efficient is A-okay in my books. Which way do I go? What's over this way then? Anything? Oh. think I go this way? Yeah, it was this way. Cool. I had some friends. Oh, Yona.
A large seagoing vessel that carries freight and passengers over bodies of water. You have taught me much, Khalil. You have helped to expand my vocabulary. You have instructed me in the ways of the outside world. Because we are friends.
That's some pretty impressive stuff you found. I'll start upgrading your weapon right away. And since you did me a favor, I won't even charge you for it. Well, actually, this is gonna take a little more time than I thought. No sense in you waiting around. I'll send you a letter once it's ready.
That would be great.
No sense in you...
That would...
By the... What can I help you with? Come...
It appears we have some free time on our hands.
It is time
Hopefully
for
we might be able to find something in the Forest of Myth.
visual novel section.
Forgive me if I seem less than enthusiastic about such a trick.
Actually, this isn't even real not visual novel, because there's nothing visual about it. It is all text-based. I jump off here. Can I? No. Okay. Actually, can I jump off on this very edge? No. That would be incredibly cool if it put me on the dock. Because then I could just take the dock to the boat to like Facade, cash in my winnings. I don't. Is there some at this harbor here? I honestly don't remember. Oh, there is. Cool.
My wife scolded me for wearing extra layers because it makes more laundry. Can you believe that? I got a job to do and it gets cold out here. Anyway, enough about me. If you got a place to be, let me know and I'll take you there.
To the desert, my good man.
Got what you need?
サチレタタトレタセールタチザサルサおせちタリク
I'll let him know. I got the materials you needed. Not that I have any idea how they're supposed to be helpful.
サチサリキサデレ避けてタクで行ってやりじっとできたれさっきデクそちらざとわったチタリク
Hey, this looks great. Let's get it back to the client.
Woohoo! Weapon shop is on this side. This is not the weapon shop. It's right here. This is weapon shop.
元カレルンザダサラウイラトテチセタイトマアルテル
I didn't already have the Phoenix Spear, did I? It won't let me buy a weapon I already own. No, I don't think so. Pretty. Captain's Holy Spear. Cool. Okay. Navigating this place reminds me of the Gerudo town in Breath of the Wild. And I thought I was being so clever. Because, of course, in Breath of the Wild, they don't allow men in the town. So they'll refuse you to enter the gates. But I thought I was being so clever because you can just climb up the walls. And I think I did it the Dead of Night too. And like I'm like, oh, look at me. I'm gonna just sneak into the palace and it'll be great. And I don't have to do whatever thing I was looking at. And it's like, actually, nope. You just get auto-spotted on top of the walls by the magic all-seeing eye of the matriarchy. So, you have to... Ow. Yeah. I'm fairly certain these scorpions are the only thing in the game that poisons you. And literally all they do is exist is to jump out of the sand and hurt you. They're dicks.
Anyway, enough about...
Oh, whoops. I'm sorry, dude. I completely just glossed over what you were going to say.
Hey, you used to be friends with the lighthouse lady, right?
As I remember it, we basically hated each other.
Oh, well, you at least talked to her, right? Could I ask you a favor?
What is it?
The lighthouse is in good shape now, but it's going to wear out eventually. We'd like to have replacement parts ready. Do you think you could get the parts from the junk heap for me? I'm sure the lighthouse lady would be appreciative, wherever she is.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I think we'll need 10 broken lenses and 10 broken batteries. While you're at it, 10 mysterious switches would be nice too.
Do I have that in my latest romp through the, Not even close. Oh, baby. Alright. Current quest completion. 81%. Nice. And it's also about to get a little bit better too, because I'm about to go turn in 2 quests. Yeah, go across the bridge. to cross the canal and then go underneath this bridge.
Turns out that when my wife says do something, what she actually means is do it now. Last night I tried to put a chore off until later, and boy howdy, that did not end well. Anyway, enough about me. If you got a place to be, let me know and I'll take you there.
They'll deliver the pump as soon as it's ready.
Thanks much. Here's a little something, just because I care.
You and I have very different definitions of little something.
Is your husband around? I have something for him.
Sorry, he's out shopping for weapons right now.
Oh, all right. Well, can you give him this book?
Fine.
If I may, madam, what is it about our transaction that has you so dissatisfied?
This is another map, isn't it? Well, as soon as he sees it, he's going to run off on some fool treasure hunt again. One of these days, he's going to get himself killed.
I understand. I know what it's like to worry about someone.
I don't suppose... Look, is there any way you can find this treasure? If you can track it down and bring it to my husband, that would be enough to satisfy his curiosity.
I think we can do that. But first, we gotta figure out where this map leads.
That seems like Popola's area of expertise. Perhaps she has some advice for us.
Yeah, let's go talk to her.
Surely you are aware that meddling in the affairs of a married couple will accomplish nothing.
Look, I took on a job and I'm gonna see it through.
Your sense of duty is positively breathtaking.
Hey, I know what it feels like to worry about family. We can keep others out of danger by handling stuff like this. I'm all for it.
It is a tremendous burden. And yet I cannot say I dislike that way of thinking.
Doesn't look like...
Nice. We have all the available quests right now. Oh, damn. I think I maybe used some of the broken motors I needed for that quest to get the other ones, but that's fine. Nothing, a little jaunt to the Gunkeep again won't fix, because we are going to have to go there again very shortly. So, whatever.
Hey, got a minute? I have a map I need your help with.
Sure. What kind of map?
Treasure map.
Here, let me show you.
This looks like a map of the Lost Shrine. Apparently this leads to some unidentified object of great importance. It also talks about a hidden room in the Lost Shrine where sunlight doesn't reach. I bet that's where your secret treasure is hiding.
A hidden room in the Lost Shrine, huh? Thanks for the help.
Oh, not at all. Glad to be of service.
1 second. Oh, sorry, just had to figure out what a noise was. Vacuum.
Even when work is crazy busy, I always try to make it home in time to have dinner together with the wife. Food's always better when you share it with someone. Am I right? Anyway, enough about me.
To the Lost Shrine. See if I can find where this thing is, or if I'm going to have to look it up. I don't think it's going to be on the ground floor, but I might as well check. I'm going to assume it's one of the many, many puzzle rooms that are dead ends. That would be, I feel like, a fairly safe assumption. Go this way because it's a dead end. Whoops. Oh, that looks promising.
Is this the treasure?
Not but a pile of junk. It seems this treasure map was a ruse.
Now what? His wife isn't gonna like this at all.
Owned. We're back to the client's wife. All right.
My wife scolded me for wearing... Anyway.
How'd it go?
We followed the map, but all we found was a pile of junk.
I see. In that case, can I ask you to sell my jade hair ornament and purchase something shiny with the proceeds? Then we can give it to him and pretend that you found it.
You sure? This looks pretty valuable.
That's because it is. But if it keeps that idiot husband of mine home safe, then it's worth it.
Well, should we obey the wife's request and sell her jade hair ornament?
Wait, like, keep it for ourselves, or...? Sure? I'm actually not sure. I can't quite tell the context if are keeping it or selling it. I'm gonna assume that keeping it would mean, like, we personally keep it, which would be pretty tickish.
Well, if that's what she wants, let's go to the Strange Things store and see what we can get for it.
I'd really appreciate your help on this.
Fuck. Alright, we're gonna leave that for later then. That's enough running around between places. Let's get on with, getting the Forest of Myth out of the way.
You know, me and this red bag have been through a lot together. I always try to take good care of her so we can have plenty more great years together. Anyway, enough...
God damn it. There we go.
The home of that blasted dream.
Yeah.
Truly a nightmare I hope never to experience again.
I hear you.
Too bad, buddy.
Oh, hello. How are things? You want to know if anything unusual is happening? Well, I have been feeling a rather strange presence whenever I visit the Divine Tree. It's a legendary tree that exists in the heart of our village.
Did you investigate the cause of this presence?
Not really, no.
And why not?
Well, we're not really supposed to go near the tree, except for prayer.
And why is that?
I don't know. It's just how things have always been.
Weird.
There's something that reminds...
These stories ever become more clear? No.
We are the grass, the trees, the woods.
Why do we seem to encounter nothing but odd people lately?
You should talk, Vice.
As if Grimoire Vice is capable of spouting such nonsense.
Hang on. I don't think it's done.
Is the dark entity that governs all memories. May the words form themselves to your liking.
Does that mean it'll tell us what we want to know? That'd be nice.
Black, pure darkness, painted over everything. Words scattered here and there across the blackness. Kind words, difficult words, amorous words, all sparkling in the dark like jewels. The words were few now, but time was shorter. Grabbing the words in desperation, the tree turned to the sky. "This is wrong," whispered the tree in the voice of the wind through the leaves. "This is not how it was supposed to be. The plan has failed." Once, long ago, the tree had remembered everything about the world. This was its task, its function, its purpose. It shivered with something approaching joy as it collected the memories of mankind. This was no accident. Emotions were as much a part of the tree as root and bark. Memories collected like dew on the thick green leaves of the tree. And once they had formed a web that spanned the entire world. Words collapsed into sunlight before passing through the leaves and into the pool of memory. From the pool, the words joined together to form colonies. The colonies united into whirlpools of light, and the light coalesced into stars. Each star was like a child of the tree, and it loved them all. Look at my memory. A child is here, brought low by disease. He is far too young to have suffered so. Thin beyond words, the boy's skin is a shade paler than the bleached sheets upon which he lies. His parents no longer visit him, for they cannot bear to watch him suffer. The doctors have long since surrendered his fate to the gods. The boy, too, has abandoned hope. Strange emotions, wariness, hatred, swell within the dark recesses of his young heart. He tries to reject the black terror that germinates his body, but no amount of effort or tears can drive the invader away. He has long ceased to resent his parents and doctors. Once he did, but now his pain is so great that there is little room in his heart to think of others. Only one person brings the boy comfort, a healthy young girl with tan skin and deep green eyes. She is a beacon of brightness and hope in the boy's world. Her very presence is a comfort to him. But he is unable to look upon her face. Whenever they meet, the boy is filled with loathing for his own state. Soon, this loathing eats away at what joy he receives from the girl's words. The girl will stop coming. He knows this. His every waking moment is spent in fear of this day. He thinks that if he could talk to her, if he could tell her of his feelings, this might not be so. But this conversation never happens. The girl disappears. The boy dies alone. The tree scoops up this memory and carefully stores it within itself. Etched upon it is a single word: envy. Look at my memory. There is a female warrior. Her greatest enemy is a beast with red eyes that she cannot fully comprehend. When she strikes it with her sword, it turns into a pillar of salt and dies. I should really probably write down so I don't screw this up after. But when the white smoke clears, a new enemy rises. And another, and another. The warrior knows that her struggle is folly, but fighting the unending stream of enemies fills her with a sense of joy and purpose. Somewhere deep within the warrior's drug-addled mind lies a vague memory of a daughter. Perhaps the child only exists in her head, the dying remnants of a powerful dream. She does not know. Her friends and fellow warriors come and go. Some flee in terror, some are eaten. She began the fight with 63 companions, but most are gone now. The warrior's body shudders. She does not understand why at first. By the time she hears the fierce, low sound, the arena is already enclosed in darkness. Looking up, the warrior sees a beast so large that it blots out the sky. She is laughing. She's been doing so as long as she can remember. Covered in blood and dirt, the warrior laughs. She laughs and laughs until the town that contains her daughter collapses into a pile of dust. This memory has been stored for a long time. It is etched with a single word: loss. Look at my memory. A red dragon falls from the heavens. Ah, that memory has been lost. A shame. It was a favorite of mine. After many centuries of existence, the tree saw that its carefully labeled memories were beginning to dwindle. Once seemingly infinite, the memories now seemed ready to disappear forever. The tree did not feel sadness at this. Grief was an emotion beyond its comprehension. It did, however, have the distinct feeling that something was missing. The mountain of memories it had so carefully assembled had disappeared. The tree stretched its branches as far as it could, but new memories refused to flow. The pool of memories was a black, empty pit, a hollow place where life had once flourished. The tree had lost its purpose. There was nothing to be done but sift through the few remaining memories littering the ground under its branches. This is why the tree was pleased when the young man and his companion entered the room. Well, this place is gloom. Well, the room Sroka had entered was almost completely empty. All he could see were a few crystals scattered haphazardly upon the ground. Picking up one of the crystals and peering into it, Sroka suddenly saw a familiar sight. It was the Forest of Myth, its villagers prisoners of their own dreams. I apologize, the tree thought. This is all that remains. As Sroka stared at the jewel, bewildered, a voice suddenly called out from the depths of his mind. The voice implored them to listen. It was an order. Following it was mandatory. Abruptly, the pair realized that they must listen. They must listen. Look here. A small, shadowy presence appeared from beneath the floor. It appeared to be a shade. The shade grasped several jewels in its hands. More jewels tumbled out of its mouth like shards of broken teeth. Sights and sounds tinkling from each one before vanishing forever. The creature was abusing the memories, treating the precious objects like a collection of cheap playroom toys. The shade appears to be consuming the memories. These things eat memories? The tree extended a branch towards Sroka. Without a second thought, Sroka brought his blade down upon the shade, tearing its stomach wide. Jewels burst forth from the shade and poured across the chamber floor. Look, thought the tree, there is the conviction memory I had lost, and satisfaction, and many others as well. Yes, this is good. The tree opened its mouth and attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. A millennium of silence and solitude had caused the tree to forget certain things, but rather than be upset, it greeted the development with good cheer. Focusing all its power on the riddle of speech, the tree formed a kind of makeshift vocal cord and tried again. Ahem. I implore. It spat out a glimmering green jewel. One more time. I implore you. There we are. What was the color of the lost envy? Green. It spoke. The shade has intelligence and emotion. Who cares? Sroka brushed Weiss's comment aside as his sword sliced through the shade's right arm. The shade extended its remaining arm to Sroka. I must touch him. I must make contact. The moment its fingers brushed against Sroka, the tree felt a warm sensation begin to burn. Something hot coursed through its fingers, up its arm, and out its entire body. It was emotion, more than the entity had felt in centuries. The tree cried out in surprise and joy. 1,000 years alone, 1,000 years in quiet contemplation. The tree felt like it was going to break apart. For long centuries, the tree had been alone, its heart sealed with heavy chains, but no more. New, powerful emotions began to take hold, causing its heart to lighten. This was more than simple emotions it had been designed to feel. It was the beginnings of a soul. And the young man was the key. This was the promise made long ago. This is how it would be released. The tree's stomach began to throb in pain, a new and unpleasant sensation. But the time was not yet right. I implore you, how many were lost by the warrior who fought the red-eyed beasts? Okay, riddle time is over. I'm gonna kill this stupid shade once and for all. Something round and shiny fell from the open stomach and clattered to the floor. The key, cried the book. Secure the key! The man's sword slowed. Time began to dilate around them, stretching and slowing. Time is essential. The next word must be heard. The words exploded. It became difficult to discern their meaning. The pool of memories began to crack as infinite blackness burrowed its way into the wall. Weiss, this world is falling apart. How can a world of letters. I implore. Most important thing. World. The light was complete. The memories disappeared. The tree's identity began to dissolve. As the letters slowly faded, Sroka was drawn back to the real world, and the tree was satisfied.
What in the... I never realized shades were capable of rational thought.
I don't care if they can tap dance and play the fiddle. I just want to kill them without all this hassle.
With the tree defeated, we no longer have to worry about being buried in its world of letters. Unless, of course, time itself begins to rewind.
This is illegal. You can't do this to me.
Let's see if the junkie...
The stray, but it made me think. Oh, that
Nope. I didn't check the LP, but I kind of thought there'd be more to the Forest of Myth bit this time around, but nope.
You have a letter, it would seem.
Dear Sroka, this is to inform you that the upgrade work on your weapon has been completed. The weapon is ready and available for pickup at your earliest convenience. I also have a more personal request to make of you, one I hope we can discuss further once you arrive to pick up the weapon. Yours to Brother's Weaponry.
Personal request,
He's done a lot for us. We should see what he wants. Off to the junk heap, then.
Thanks.
Hey there. Your weapon is ready to go.
Great. Thanks.
You know, with a weapon like that,
you were going to say?
I need to ask you for a favor.
Oh, yeah?
I want you to avenge my brother.
That is a rather ponderous favor.
It's my mission. It's the whole reason I've been creating these weapons for the past 4 years. I don't care about money. I only care about making a weapon strong enough to kill those bastards.
Which bastards?
The ones in the mountain. That little Shade and his robot.
The Shade has joined forces with a robot?
There's a Shade in there?
Yes.
And what have we decided?
We're gonna kill it.
Back into Robot Hell.
So you're going to fetch parts to fix a lighthouse?
Yeah. There was this old lady that helped me once, and I'm fixing the lighthouse where she used to live.
Exactly who did the helping is a matter of debate. But regards.
Wow! A lighthouse keeper. That sounds kind of romantic.
Indeed. She was nothing if not a hopeless romantic.
Yeah, I guess she was.
Let me out. Two more motors to go. Yeah. Starting to think that only the flying ones have the motors in them, and that's really unfortunate. Because I kill a lot less of the flying ones than I do the robots on the ground that technically hover. I don't think I've gotten a single motor yet. Oh, there we go. Alright, there we go. I've got enough. Cool. Bomb. Fuck. Used to take so little damage from like everything that it's a minor inconvenience rather than actually dangerous. Ugh. Hi, Kaine. What is the way out of here? This way. Ugh, I'm gonna call it after this robot boss. After we wrap it up. Streaming for like 4 hours. Because I'm kind of desperate
Never heard
to...
of a shade living with a machine. What's that about?
Don't know, don't care. All that matters is that we kill them both.
Just kind of desperate to get everything cleaned up nice and tidy, so for the weekend.
It seems we have found the entrance to our robot friend's hideout.
Right.
Are you mad?
Beats going the law.
Intruder detected. Scanning. Scanning. Exterminating.
Looks like we found it.
Lord, it's enormous.
Intruder detected. Scanning. Scanning. Exterminating.
Look at the shade!
That thing is commanding the robot somehow.
Aim for the legs! Knock it down!
Take out the shade!
Exterminating. Ing. 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 Must defend my mission.
Oh, damn it. That's a shade. It's a shade!
Kill him. Kill him. Feel the hate inside you.
Exterminating. Ing. 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 Ing.
This thing can transform?
Watch for falling debris!
Look out!
Escape. 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 Go. See the world. Earl. 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 Must protect. Must fight.
Where do you think you're going?
must defend my mission. Khalil, together, we be alone. Be cry.
You stupid machine! You killed my family! You took everything from me! Why did you have to be here? Why you? Why?
Beautiful. What a perfect example of humanity.
Hey, come on. That's enough.
I did it! Now that this goddamn thing is dead, I can forage wherever I want. Just wait, you goddamn freak! Now I can make all kinds of powerful weapons. Just leave it to me. Leave it all to me!
Look, we get it, okay? Really?
We did it! Solved the problem.
Hatred and madness will never heal a wounded heart.
Maybe it's just all he's capable of right now.
Revenge is a fool's errand.
Yeah, I know.
I think at this point we have to go do the ship.
Maybe Popol has found some information about the Shadow Lord. Let's drop by the village.
Very well.
Which means, unfortunately, that our ferryman will be out of commission, which is really, really unfortunate. This is new.
You know, I've been thinking. Why was a shade hanging out with a machine?
It appeared the creature was actually issuing orders to that mechanical minion.
Do you think the shade had a reason for what it did?
Actually,
Look, it doesn't matter what a shade is or isn't thinking. All that matters is that we kill every last one of them.
right. Sure. The idea of a shade trying to protect a robot is goddamn absurd. Still, you guys should be careful.
What do you mean?
If the shade inside me ever takes over, I'm probably going to attack you.
That's not gonna happen. You are no shade.
The lad is correct. You are many things, hussy, but a shade is not one of them. Shades, for example, do not come equipped with such foul and scurrilous mouths.
How about I cram your face up your own asshole, book?
Don't worry, Kaine. If your shade ever takes over, I'll stop you.
You will you? Thanks, Emil.
Oh, I'm sure that's apropos of nothing. Let's see if we can get on the ferry. I think, unfortunately, at this point, as soon as we get that second key fragment... Oh, no, he's here. Okay, cool. Never mind. To the desert, please.
Turns out that when my wife...
Yeah, okay,
anyway,
we've already got that one. When did Devila see Kaine? I do not actually remember.
소토리 토치 기타이? 이자키 자사라 소토 루이신사 토데 도사타? 아르테르아치 기타자이 요리로그 아시타이 세타바르. 카이산 리시시 요리스타타.
I'm trying to remember, I did hear about a quest here that, like, is missable because it's not, like, showing up, but I have a feeling that... I have a feeling that I've already done it. Anyways, we're gonna turn this in, get that last quest done, which means we should have our last weapon, which puts us good. I think. Well, oh no, I won't have a last weapon yet, because there's one we get at the very end. But 90%, nice. Go away, Scorpion. This way. Whoops.
I went grocery shopping for supper the other day, and my wife blew up at me because I didn't haggle them down on prices. Is that really so wrong? I can't catch a break. Anyway, enough about...
Guess I should quickly check Seafront. I thought I bought everything there, but it would probably be a very good idea for me to double check.
We've got that.
Okay, all right.
I'm so excited! I asked the postman to pick up these collectible stamps from different regions for me during his run. Oh, but if the wife finds out, that's the end of me and the stamps, so keep that under your lid, okay? Anyway, enough.
Why does your wife care? Like, how much are you spending on these stamps? Oh, there is in fact another quest I can get at this point.
Yes, gold! That map was right all along. Not sure it's enough to roll around in, but maybe I can make it work.
Oh, how wonderful. Now will you please promise to stop with all this treasure hunting?
I promise, honey. From now on, it's nothing but good, honest work for me. Oh, but wait. There's one more thing. Here. This is the first map I ever found. Take it. I won't be needing it anymore.
This map's even more cryptic than the last one.
Yet I feel confident the rubbish it will lead us to is the same. Now come, we've little time to waste with such trifles.
Probably, but treasure hunting is all about believing in what's possible, Vice.
Such things are beyond even my comprehension.
Think of it as a game, if that helps. Now let's go talk to Popola and see if she can help with the map.
Welcome. Black...
Thanks for your help earlier.
What quests can I pick up?
Which job? Seems there's a man looking for a
Oh, that's right.
I wrote down the... Oh, doesn't look like I have it.
Almost forgot about the other quest that wants me to go kill more robots. Okay, well, at least I should be able to hand this stuff over.
We're back with all the stuff you needed.
Let me see. Yep. Yep, that's all of it. Here's your payment.
Wow. This is more than I was expecting.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate all the effort you went to.
Don't insult the man, lad. Take his profit payment and be grateful.
Okay, okay. Thanks for the gold.
Getting new cooking equipment makes me want to dive right back into my favorite recipes.
What kind of cooking equipment could you possibly need to make? Out of like 10 titanium alloy and a memory alloy, like what kind of crazy stuff are you making? Oh, that's right. We'll go see what Popola has to say. I would just very much like to get this quest out of the way, but we'll see where it leads. If it's Facade, we'll save it for when we have to go to Facade anyway. And if it's not, I'm gonna cry a little bit and then go get it done.
Learned anything new about the Shadow Lord's key, Popola?
You know, I was just going to talk to you about that. You remember the Eyrie, right?
That depressing shell of a village?
Not so much anymore, it sounds like. I just got this letter from the village chief. Have a look.
Sacrifice?
That's right.
You're up.
I'm a...
What are you...
The air, and now...
I agree.
You're over... I won't get... Their shade...
Well, try speak...
Oh, damn it. See if we can go immediately back into the library and see if we can get that other conversation about the map. I would very much like to know where this friggin' map is.
The Eyrie, huh? Alright, let's go see the chief.
What a soul-crushing place.
There we go.
Hey, I've got another map for you.
Alright, let me take a look.
Here.
Well, the code on this is pretty tricky. But I think it's a map of the Northern Plains. It mentions something about the place where the Iron Bridge starts. But that's all I can make out. Sorry I can't be more help.
No, this is great, Popola. Thanks.
Don't...
Let's go see if we can't find that. Just very much like to get this quest done and out of the way. Because if I don't get it done in this playthrough, I have to get all those materials again, I think. Like, I don't think quest progress is saved, but I could be wrong about that, but I'd rather not find out.
I cannot fathom that village setting up a mercantile. They must have truly opened their minds.
Yeah, I have my doubts.
Aren't you glad to be going back home, Kaine?
Home? Place is a shithole.
Don't be so nervous, Kaine. We'll protect you.
I got me taken care of. Worry about protecting yourself.
Oh, there it is. And it's a weapon.
It would appear this latest treasure map was the real thing.
Yeah, I'd say this is an ample reward.
Hey, we did it! 200 sword I'm missing. Why am I missing a 200 sword? I'm gonna have to go look this up, but right now I'm gonna go ahead and go over to the Forest of Myth, save, and then tomorrow go over to the Airy, hang out at the shop. It'll be great. Unless, in true Cavia fashion, you can only buy it from the Airy shop in the very brief time that you have access to it. But I don't think so. It's a 200 sword I'm missing. And I know the one-handed one is the Iron Pipe. Spoiler. That we'll get later, but for now, go ahead and other. Yes. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna shut that down. Ugh. And just a quick recap on what we're doing for the rest of the week. Tomorrow we're going to be playing more Nier, and we're going to hopefully be getting to ending B and starting the very little bit of Route C/D, so that we get all the lore and stuff out of the way, so that this weekend, nothing but grinding weapons in support of medical aid for Palestinians. I have a tweet up that I should probably have pinned. I'm going to go ahead and pin it now that I think about it. Help be a little less dumb. But basically, we're running a charity right now. I'm running a donation drive for this charity, Medical Aid Palestinians, that helps support Palestinians with access to medical care, which currently is very, very important if you have not kept up with current events. And if you haven't, I blame you, because it's really fucking dire. But basically what I'm doing here is we are helping to raise money. Every $10 donated, I'm going to be upgrading the weapons in Nier by 1 level. It's lots and lots of robot murder. So I hope to see you tomorrow for ending B, and we'll try and start C if I'm not wiped out. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it is robot murder time. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope to see you next time. Have a good night.